Hello and welcome to everyone. And today we're playing some more Railroads Online, just on my personal map. And we're just going to be running some loads on the train. That's all, nothing too fancy, no building any tracks. Turn that on first. Hello, Steel Blue. It's a shame the tops don't open on these like the old ones. The little cap's not animated yet. It makes it a lot easier to see how much is in there when you're filling it though. Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you? And full. Make sure we got some fire going here. Just. Open some doors. And the windows. And I never knew this, but I found this the other day, that the little front door opens as well on the Cook Mogul. Oh, fun, fun. Guaranteed I overshot that. Let's back it up a little. Yeah, by too far. Way too far. Hi, Midland. Spot on. Oh, well, the new Spline update's not out on the actual main branch yet. I'm playing here on the main branch. But the new cars have been pushed to both branches now, and they are slightly longer than the old ones. So when they spawn in and replace your existing ones, they make your consist explode everywhere. And it doesn't take too long. It took me about 2.5 hours for each map to put them all back on the track. Oh, wrong way. I didn't lose any. Hello, Joe. And hi, steam train lover. Just filling up some oil tankers first. We'll run them up to the refinery. If you start the game with Steam offline, and then after you're at the main menu, then connect your internet again, you can actually start the game without it updating. And if you can get in before it updates, you can move all your cars apart and they won't explode everywhere. Which, yeah, I wasn't too worried about it. I knew they were going to explode everywhere, and it doesn't take long to pick them all back up again. What I did have to change though on one of the maps was I had to extend the yard a little bit longer because the cars are longer. 16 didn't fit in the yard anymore, and I had to add about another 30 foot to the yard. If only we could do that, Steel Blue. Having too many cars on the map makes the map lag. It's not too bad to have a bit of track laying around as disused track. That won't affect the game too much, but yeah, too many rail cars laying around doing nothing or not good for the game. Did I overshoot that by a mile, did I? I did. Nine oil tankers is a little bit too heavy for the mogul. I'm on realistic weight settings. How are we now? That'll work. With the position I put the track, you get a little bit of leeway as to where you can line them up at. It's good you can actually reach the load hitbox from here so you can see how full it is. Helps a lot. That's a bit of a funny question. They both sound all right. There's nothing like steam locomotives. They're alive. They breathe, unlike electric ones or diesel ones. Could be all the way out. Oh, did I miss by? Not too far. We'll still reach there. They need to do something about how long it takes to load things here on Railroads Online. There needs to be a quicker method that they work out. You can spend 45 minutes just loading a train. This is something you never used to be able to do on the old ones. You can run down the edge on these new tanker cars. That might be a little bit too far. Oh, it's going in. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to have the loading taken completely out of the game where you just leave the cars and they get loaded on their own. Yeah, that's part of the game, loading the cars. Just not for it not to take so long, because it really does take a ridiculous amount of time. Oh, hello, Jared. Loaded. How many more we got? 3 more. This trainer's starting to get heavy now. Something I think that might make it better is if instead of having to click lots of times to fill up a car, you click once to start and click once to stop, the same as the unloading. I think that would take a lot of the pain out of it. It's a lot of oil, 9 tonnes. $12,000 kilo. That's a lot. I wonder the poor cookie can barely make it up the hill. It's Thomas the Tank Engine in Railroads Online. No, I don't think we need that. Perhaps a multiplayer Thomas game that's just Thomas and friends. From here to the refinery, I've got a 1.5% grade. It's not too steep, but 9 loaded oil tankers is right on the load limit. What the cook will pull up there. Hi, K&E chickens. Oh, that's too far. Make it up a bit. Brakes are not very effective when it's this heavy. Yeah, that's better. Moving the pipers backwards when you're standing up here and operating it. Need to turn it around the other way. I don't think anyone would be able to actually join my server, Barry. I'm in the outback of Australia, and we have some really terrible internet here, and I've never been able to successfully host a game. I can join other people's games, no problem, but yeah, I can't be the host. I just don't have the upload speed for it. I'm surprised the stream's not jumping around everywhere. One more to go. I think it's one more. Oh no, we've got 2 more to go. I've overshot it. Gotta come forward just a bit more yet. Ah, another 2 foot. How much we got left over there? 299 heaps. We could do more runs yet. Yes, having some signs around the place will make life easier. Especially for being able to put down stakes beside the track so you know where to pull up at when you're spotting the cars at the cranes, and here, even here at these the fill spouts. Yeah, for new people that come onto your map so that they know where they're going. There's a sign to tell them what goes where. Hi, William. And there's no real need for crossing signs, saying we can't have any other sort of vehicles. So there's no real need for them. Okay, all fully loaded. Turn the main off. And we need to jump up here and turn that brake on. I'll put a pin and link in that end. From a roleplay perspective, having signs would be really good. Where are we? We're going to make sure all these are in the right way. Those two are fine. We'll turn the locomotive around now and pull around to the other end. I've got a short Y up here, hidden in the trees. That'll be right, this one's set the wrong way. Yeah, on all the tutorials I used short sections of groundworks to give markers. Let me get back on here, that's going a little bit too quick. Just a bit further. It's enough time this, having a small little Y like this to turn just the locomotive around, or having a turntable. It takes about the same amount of time either way. Yeah, this is a dedicated line here as well that runs directly to the refinery, crosses over the main line. This particular map, which is my own personal map, I don't have any loops anywhere on it. Anywhere where you turn around is either a Y or a turntable. On here, pull up to the other end, and we can get back around on the other end of these tankers and haul them up. Seems to be a little bit more rolling resistance now. Used to stay at speed for a little bit longer. Something's obviously changed there. Ah, that's no good. The link stayed in the side that it wasn't meant to. Pull forward a bit so I can take this link out of here. Connected, brakes off. Aye, make sure we've got some fire. And we haven't got any. Tender brake, no, tender brake's off. Hi, Chestnuts. Yeah, if I take off from now, we will not make it. Gonna let that fire build up a little bit first. Because if we run out of steam halfway up and it stops, have to roll all the way back to the bottom and try again because we are right at tonnage. Now should be right to go. We'll make it. Give it everything it's got. It is heavy. We are maintaining pressure. No, definitely got enough temperature there now. Still not even up to speed yet. Yeah, give her all the beans. She's got all the beans and some. This is where we cross over the main line. Runs that way down to the ironworks and back up to the north end of the map. We should be lined all the way through. Still not fully up to speed. All the bars are where they should be. Yeah, I think I will miss the old Spline system. It was so versatile for how creative you could be. You could use like bits of the groundworks and bits of the track for things that they weren't designed to be used for. And a lot of that creativity has been taken away in the new Splines. That's probably the main thing I'll miss with it. I most certainly will not miss the Z randomisation. Can't wait for that to be gone. That should have never actually been added to the game. It was one of the most terriblest stopgap measures that I think any developer's ever put into a game. But like the new track, it's so fast and so easy to build with compared to the old stuff. But the file sizes get huge. Like I've had to go up building through the map, and the file size has well and truly gotten above 2.5 megabytes. And I've only gotten about 30 or so kilometres worth of track done. Like this map here is 45 kilometres worth of track. And there we go, this is how fast we're going to go all the way to the top now. Low. I'm still struggling, still straining. I've used 4 crossovers on this map. I've got one at the smelter, one at the sawmill, and the crossover there on the double lines. Yes, it's quite a slug up here, even though this is only 1.5%. Right on the tonnage of what this poor little cook mogul can haul. As well, if we don't get any sort of decorative ability from the new spline system, I really hope that he actually does add in basically more models that we can use for decorations around the map. Like, you know, abutments and water drains and things like that. Like even the thing where we use, so if you get stuck down on the side of a cliff face, you can use a piece of track as a ladder to be able to climb up the cliff face. You won't even be able to do that with the new splines. That's why I made all the tutorials, William, so that you can watch them. And I don't have to come and fix everybody else's track because I've shown you how to do it for yourself. There's a couple of hours worth of tutorials if you want to watch them. Both on the old splines and the new splines. There we go, we made it just. It's all level from here on. We will back off a little bit on that steam head so we can coast on in here. The track doesn't have to be perfect. You just don't want to have kinks in it, and you don't want to have areas of it that are just too tight to be useful. The Cook Mogul is by far my favourite of all the locomotives that are currently in the game. And then the first train set that I got when I was a kid back in the 70s, it came with a mogul. Yes, you can do the 1.5% from the sawmill to the iron mine. That still works on the new splines. What you can't do on the new splines is you can't put in 0.25% grades, because everything steps up in half percent increments, which is a real pain. So the line that I usually run to the coal mine, which is 1.75%, you can't use that anymore. And we want more brakes on that. We'll have these ones as well. Otherwise this ain't gonna stop. And we'll have all of these ones. pretty well lined up. Let's unload some oil. We should have lots of lumber and pipes. I got some more lumber over here, need to shuffle a bit through. I've got a few oil barrels produced. Yeah, you can't put in 0.25% in the new splines. They got no increment for it. Nearly got a full line of barrels. Surprisingly enough, alternating between grades is actually like a little cheat way to get your locomotive to go up steeper grades than it should. Because for some reason on this game, if you've got like a roller coaster, steep and then not steep and then steep and then not steep, it lets you go up steeper grades than you should be able to go up. 1, 2, number 3. Well, some of the marked routes actually need the 0.25%. Like from the coal mine to the end of the horseshoe, that's a 1.75% grade, and it keeps the track pretty much level with the ground all the way. Off. So yeah, I hope he does actually add it back in again, and it's just an oversight and not something that he's leaving out of the game. The other thing that he needs to fix up is the amount of increments that when it shows how long you're pulling out a piece of track, it only shows as meter increments, but you can place track at lengths in centimeters. I've got to come forward a little bit further. It'll still reach. Yep, they're both going in. Someone else built a crazy railroad like that was just ups and downs of 10% all the way along. And you could actually get the train over speed along it as well. I think that was Mirage did that. Yeah, there's no physics currently on the new splines. They are just object follow the spline, and that's all it does. Like the physics here in this here with these old splines, they're using the Chaos engine that's built into Unreal for the physics. All empty, one more to go. I think there's a few more things for him to do there in the splines to get them working just right before he starts trying to work out physics for them to run on them, or even to fall off of them. Considering, like, when Kwame first said that he was doing the spline update, it was it'll take 2 weeks. And here we are months later and we still don't have it. Okay, we've got some room to put those other ones back in there. Here we're going for barrels. 75. I haven't actually been able to do that, getting a switch to lay on an upper grade on the new splines. They lay level every time that I try and place one in. Things out of there. But you got to ask yourself the reason why they left the team. And the game is not going to change at all. Because there's nothing that those team members were doing that was actually going into the actual game. And that's why they left. So nothing will change with the production of the game. Because the only person who was actually making the game is still there, and that's Kwame. Spin this thing around here. Keep rolling. I've got another 3 inches. Are we on? We're on. Or the other. They'll drift all on their own sometimes, even with nothing on them. But the way I move it and get it to not go too far is I will just sort of tap on it the direction I want it to go. I'll line up. Getting it to highlight when these bigger locos are under it's pain though. Like I still got a fair way to go there, so I'm holding down on the mouse. And now I want it to slow down, so I'll let go. And it'll get somewhere close. And then now I'm tapping the mouse to make it move slow. Until it gets to where I want it to be. Another couple of inches. And basically I'm just going click, 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 click. That should be pretty close. Yep, we should be able to drive off of that now. And yeah, the next time I come back to that turntable, it could be in any position. Oh, so these old style turntables, these hand operated ones, they did move around all over the place on their own. And like if you were trying to spin a locomotive and you had a strong wind that day, you wouldn't even be able to turn your locomotive around on it because you're fighting the wind. Great. It's guaranteed this ain't the right way. No, it's not. Having the ability to snap tracks to it takes away from its customized. You know, you can't have a track coming from any position on it. You must have it connect to one of the connection points you put around it. But that is going to have to change for the new splines, because the new splines, to have one work on it, everything's got to be a connection. So they will have to change like that for the new splines. And that's probably one of the reasons why we don't have turntables in the new spline system yet, is because they have to be, you have to actually connect the spline to make that invisible rail a continual piece. Because there's no actual physics between the wheels and the rails. You can't just have it somewhere near and expect to drive from one piece to the next piece. Oh, okay, I've never had to do that, Barry. Once I've actually stopped it, it'll stay stopped. But I've had it in a different position after I've saved and loaded the game back in again. Oh, you can just roll up there gently. Check the links. Oh, still got ages to go. Well, while we're waiting, we'll put some wood in the spire, otherwise it's going to go out on us. Put a pin in there, and that break off. Okay, we'll run these tankers back down to the oil field. Give it all the beans. I'll have to come back up here and dump off all of these lumber. How many's there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full cars, which is 30, and another 10, so there's 40. They'll all fit in there. Yeah, I didn't put any loops on this map because I wanted to build it all prototypical, where you'd either have a Y to turn around on or a turntable. And I tried to limit how many turntables I had, because they're not realistic all over the place either. Only some industries would have them. I used a lot of Google Maps to design this, you know, the style of the way that I put the track in on this map. There's actually a little low spot there to come down onto this, off of this refinery plateau. That's why I come all the way over to here. And then you can sneak down along off the side of the hill with a nice gentle grade. And it keeps the track all nice and close to the ground while you're on the grade. I showed building loops in the tutorials because I know everybody likes loops. My first map, it was, I had loops in loops in loops. And it was quite funny to go around and use all the loops. But after the weights changed and they shortened the length, went from a 10 centimetre length to a 4 centimetre length. The rail cars are closer together, and so you can't have them quite as tight. So yeah, my first map doesn't work anymore. Some of the tighter loops you can't actually get through without causing it to pop the links out. Yeah, they are. That's right. They're very convenient for playing solo. Yeah, just love the little hit boxes that are on the nice little bug for the crossovers. The Cook Mogul doesn't hit them, but yeah, the new Heisler and the new Class 70 hit them. Back it off. And let's put the brakes on because this will take a while to stop. These things are heavy. Brake on here. Run up to the other end and put the brake on at the other end. Okay, I'll run back up to the refinery now and dump all of that lumber in there. So we're all the correct way up here. Yeah, Screamy needs to fix these angel harps as well. When it's straight, it should be straight up and down. And when it's on the offshoot, the turnout, it should be pointing out where the turnout goes. It shouldn't be, you know, either to the left or to the right. It should be either straight or turned. And he has been told many a times by the more experienced railroaders that that's how it should be, but he hasn't fixed it yet. Hello, MA Rail fan. Back the other way, and we will run back up the hill backwards. That way we're pointing the right direction to be able to. Slow down just a little bit. Here and change the switch so we can get out of this siding. No, this map is not on Mini-Zerg. It was, but Mini-Zerg just deletes your map every 7 days now, and I just don't upload it there anymore. I tend to more so use the Railroad Studio that FakeNeo made. When we get at the top, I'll upload the map onto Railroad Studio, and I'll get a screen capture of it, and I'll show everyone the map here on the stream. Then probably be the easiest way to show it. Hi, Tim. Somewhere along here we need to pull up just before the right switch. This will be that one. A link there, and I'm pretty sure I can only do 2 at a time. Unloading in there. Brake on there. I'll just grab a map link and see if I can get it up there. Let's see if I can get this into the stream software how I want it. Okay, there we go. Hopefully should be able to see the map there now. and we are currently down there at the refinery. Yeah, I've never shared this map before. It's only ever been on for my own personal use. The tutorial maps that I had it up for share, anyone could get it if they wanted it. Right, let's shunt in some of these lumbers into the refinery. Pulling two, yep. That's the correct one. I find the refinery a hard one to find a design that works well. Well, this is the best way I've gotten it to work so far, you know, without doing silly loops and whatnot over the top of the places to actually make it look like it's realistic. So, let me up on here, brakes, stop. Should actually start using those straight away because we still had a bit of oil left over. So plenty of pipes. How much oil was left? Well, so it'll use a bit of it. And we need to switch that one. This one. Here and unpin it. Oh, that's right, I got a brake on. You know when there's brake on. On the roll. Give him a shove. Brakes on there. Come and jump on here and ride them down. Yep, see you later, Barry. Could have given him a harder shove. Wasn't quite hard enough. Here should be far enough. Now disconnect the next two. Change. Thank you. Check to see if we got pins and links. We don't. Here we do. Nothing in there. Off. Breakers off. Right, on the next two up there. And give it a no. Should be close enough. I'll come back just a smidgen more, I think. I don't want to chance that it won't go on the platform. Couple feet. Now it'll definitely hit. Don't want to waste them. Repeat what we just did. That one straight. Kick them up the side there. Yeah, it does add that little bit of extra to the game where you are forced to shunt cars in a couple at a time instead of just doing a roll by unload. It'd be nice if it was 3 at a time. Oh, I was going just a little bit too quick. Gonna catch them. I did. It was a better speed than last time. More brakes. Slam. So how many have I got left? 4, is it? Oh no, 1, 2, 3. And I don't think we can actually fit 3 in there. You can do 3 with the pipes, but you can't do 3 with the lumber. link in here, ready to go. This would be less painful with a second person. There'd be a lot less running. You can have someone just running the locomotive, and the other person doing all the switching and connecting of the. You reckon I can squeeze 3 in there? Okay, we'll give it a go. We'll see. There's one. And they're connected, and we'll disconnect them at this one. We'll see if we can squeeze 3 in there. I have a feeling the third one's going to go over the top of the stopper. What does B&B stand for? Well, it's actually short for the nickname that my wife and I call each other. And that's about all I can say on a PG-13 live stream. So yes, I actually tried to get my wife on here to play trains with me, and she just wasn't interested in playing trains. Well, it wasn't her cup of tea. She'd rather spot zombies. The track goes as far as it's capable of going up through here. That's as far as you can actually run it, and the track actually runs right through to the end of there. We'll see, yeah, no, we can't quite get that last one in there. If you search up some of my old screenshots that I've put up in the official Discord, it's actually used to say it on the side there until I changed it to Cookie Monster. Yes, that last wagon stuck right up on the dirt. That'll take a bit to pull it off. So what we're going to do is, because we grabbed 3, we're just going to cheat a little bit, and we're just going to grab this one here, and we're just going to take it and throw it straight over here. And we'll just re-rail it, because we're cheating. Now we'll unload this last one. Far enough? No, a little bit further. I should have heaps of money here. Look at all that money. Lots of money. I haven't actually gotten to play the game all that much. since I started doing the tutorials, because anytime I'd open up the game, I was actually recording for a tutorial. So this is pretty much the second time I've gotten to have a game that's actually just having a game. I'll get straight back and collect. The slot here at the back first. We're all going to be out of order anyway. I'll grab all these ones first. I probably could go a little bit further there. Let's have a look. Remove our patch off of there. And yeah, I probably could put another section on there. How far through does it go? Yeah, see, that's too far. I hope it lets me delete it now. And it won't. You can't delete it. Fun. Because it's actually in the industry, it won't let you remove it. Oh, I've fallen into the gap. Never used to do that. The old cars, they fall in the gap like that. Oh, pardon me. Go pull forward and grab the rest now. Before we back up, I'm just curious, how many oil barrels did we get? Do we have enough here to do a load? 90 and 90. Close to full load. Must have been oil we ran out of. In there before it gets too cold. Should be all connected. So our brakes are off. Oh, that one's on. That one's on. There we go. Now we can head back to the sawmill. And grab a load of beams. Following along, yep. I've actually got that yard set up to run with its own little shunt locomotive there. But because of the issues with the physics slowdown, I did have one there, but then I demolished it. It'll be nice when we have a little bit more speed. But yeah, this is flat out at the moment and it should be going about twice as quick. Oh, favourite run? Probably to the coal mine. Just because it's a nice long run and you can just sit back and watch the scenery as you're going past. I don't actually have any tricky runs here on the map. It's all my lines are very easy to run on. You just set it on 100% reg and let it go. Yep, see you later, Joe. Probably the second favourite would be the run from up to the coal mine on the western side, where you're right above over the top of the cliff faces. That's quite a nice little run along there too. A little bit slower. Now I should be running quicker. Need to run ahead and change some switches. We want to turn right there. So we can get back onto the main line. So we'll get us onto the main line. Change lanes from the right side to the left side. Going the right way now. Come on, give her the beans. Oh, I can't wait for these flowers to be gone. Oh, my coal mine runners follows the river along. So yes, I go the long way round. And the iron mine line, I've got a line that runs directly from the sawmill straight to the iron mine on the western side of the valley. That's a nice winding path up there, and it's right along the tops of the cliff faces. I actually show how to build that line in one of the tutorials. Or sort of after the tutorials in the playthrough, but they're still showing you how to build, but just, yeah, not quite so much in depth as what the first few episodes were. This is the big main yard here, right in the middle of the map. I don't actually go through the actual freight depot. Only time I go to the freight depot is when I'm buying new rolling stock or delivering some oil barrels. And because we've got to limit ourselves to how much rolling stock we can have at the moment, it's empty. And I've actually still got more to build on there. You can see I've got it all marked out there with cross tracks, using the cross tracks as measurement sticks. there's all locomotive sheds and service areas meant to go over on this other side that just haven't been put in yet because there was literally no point to put them there. I need to change some switches up here, I don't know yet. Oh, looks like we're winding the right way. Slow it down a little bit though. Oh, don't want to fall off. Alright, let's check all our switches up here further. So we need to go straight on this one. That's correct. And then stick straight. Come in and grab a load of beams. We can take some beams down to the oil field. Roll forward until the first rail car's about halfway across, and then on with the brakes, and it should pull up just about close. Right, got to go further. See, this one here is slightly overlapped, so I got to go a little bit further, otherwise it might land on the wrong car. Now they'll go in the right car. All my numbers are out of order now. Happens every time you go to the refinery because you got to do all the shunting. Put your rail cars all out of order. Check it out to get a full load. The pond is empty and we need to do a load of logs as well. Yes, the wheels are turning faster than they're actually moving on the track. And that's something that's come in since the last update as well. Something wrong with the maths for the wheel rotation. Oh yeah, no, these new models are absolutely beautiful. These ones that Daniel's made. It's the texturing that makes them, not so much the model. The texturing is just absolutely brilliant. I wish everything in the game was as textured as nicely as what they are. He definitely took them all to another level. It's hard to see here because the smoke's in the way. Probably should put down some markers. Make life easy for myself. Couple more to go. These last four are real hard to see. Yeah, that's no good. They got another 6 foot. Yeah, that's not pointing the right way, is it? Did I overshoot it? Possibly. We'll see. Might load them all on number 10. Must be right on the limit. Shoot it, I have a shot by half a car. Should be right there now. Yeah. Too far one way. Both cranes load one wagon. Let's change some switches. Because we want to back down the Y. This one. And leave from that one. It's back around the corner. Now we need to get the fire going again. What comes out? Get on around down the Y. Oh, hi, Captain Slow. There we go. And we're off and we can give it all. Stop, heavy train. Give it all the beans and away we go. Off to the oil field. And we should be lined pretty much all the way through until the big interchange to get off the main line. Yeah, we can just sit back and enjoy the ride all the way there. Highball it all the way through the yard at full speed. Gonna have to slow down here. Back on to about 5. Picks up all the switches. Needs to be straight, and we're already set correct for this one. And check the other end, we're correct there. again. I'm not going to go and unload these, just going to put these in the yard. I'm going to go in this first yard here. Pretty sure we've already got beams there, and it's pipes is the next thing it wants. And we'll bring the load down here while we got them connected. Tools, enough of them, and no pipes. So we're all the way on the siding, we are. And they are correct. So we can leave this consist here now. Break on this end. Take the pins out. High malicious intent. Last break on so they don't roll away. I don't think I have an actual turnaround here. This line. So it's run backwards and turn around on the Y where you come in at. And at reasonable speed so we can make sure these switches are right here. Let's be straight. And we want to go to the right on this one. That one needs to be on the turnout. How far away is the light though? Still coming. These are really big Ys. These ones are only, I think, 16-degree curves on the Y. Makes for a massive Y. A little bit overkill. I could have made them tighter. Because now that chain's going to run off the end. Oh no, I'm not going to catch it. It's going faster than I am. This could end in a derail. And it's only on 3% regulator. Oh, am I going to catch it? No, I didn't catch it in time. Thanks. Oh, that was lucky. That one needs to be straight. That was very lucky. And I didn't lose the tender. I think that's the luckiest run over a switch I think I've ever had. We do need to be here though. I'm back up and we'll get all the flat cars. Things will get a little bit more interesting when we get a bit more speed into the game. Some of the curves you'll have to slow down for then, and some of the grades you'll have to slow down for. Be careful how quick you run down them. At the moment you can just run flat out over the entire map because you're only doing 15 mile an hour. Might have a check of the water when we get up to the logging camp, because I'll do a load of logs before I put the flat cars down to the ironworks and fill them full of pipes. Then the pond was empty and the sawmill's almost empty as well. I try not to get too many inputs at the industry so that I don't get that glitch where when it does double outputs, you lose an output. One side's full. So you control the outputs by putting in limited numbers of inputs. I think the level of detail for the grass could be a little bit further away. You can see the grass just off there in the distance starting to come into view. I've got everything set on epic, so it should have a little bit more view distance on the grass where it's, because like if you look down there, down the track, you can see where the grass, where the actual foliage is not showing at. Yeah, a little bit late there. It's just before 2 p.m. in the afternoon here in the outback of Australia. Well, there's still a lot of play in the game left before the splines actually hit onto the main branch, and I'll say probably 2, maybe 3 months worth of playing still to go. Which is easily enough time to build out the map if you're only just starting, and you know, run a heap of loads and make some money, buy some locos, try them out. Go on in here and grab all the flat cars. Lincoln pin ready to go there. We don't have one there. Plug him in. First brake and the last brake will be on as well. Forward. Make sure everybody's coming with. No, we've got a break in the middle of the... One of these is missing a pin. Let's try again. See if they all come with. Haven't used these since I picked them up out of the pond. That's when I loaded in with the new cars. They were all lined up here along the edge, and half of them went in the pond and half of them went on the other side of the track. Yeah, we've got them all now. Give it all the beans and away we go. And the line up to the logging camp's a nice gentle slope. It's only a 1.5. passing lane put in here on the side. Not that I can ever use it because I can't get any other players to be able to join on my server. So there's only ever one train running, so there's no need for a passing lane. But it looks pretty. It's just starting to climb right here. Doesn't actually get very far off the terrain itself, because there's a nice little path if you come up this eastern side of the valley, which keeps you pretty close to the terrain. Actually comes up through a little low spot here on the south side of the log camp. There's a nice little low spot here for you to put the track through at a 1.5. And lots of room here on the eastern end to be able to put all your switches and everything and have them all up on flat ground. I'm very sure that the switches up here are set to go into the cordwood, and we don't want to go to the cordwood, we want to go to the logs. This one needs to be straight, and that one's to the right. And now we'll come into the logs. Spot on. Right, while we're here, we'll have a quick check and see how much water's in here. Easiest way to do this is to use the view camera. Put it on the first view level. We are at about half. And that's not bad. I've done 8 or 9 hours worth of run on the train and haven't used the tank of water yet. That's something that really needs to be fixed, is how much water these trains use. Just these animations need to be sped up for the cranes. They're too slow. Go far. Overestimated how heavy it is. And we need to flip this switch back the other way. Otherwise, when we get to it, we will derail. Hi, Garian. Oh, thanks for watching the tutorials. I hope you got something good out of them. The old splines are a little bit harder to build with than the new ones, but the results are worth it if you follow the methods that I showed. Get your tracks to lay straight and your curves to be constant and your grades to go and keep them constant as well. And get rid of the horrible Z randomizations. This map here I'm on is it's all fully built, so there's no track building. I'm just running trains. You've got to have the game connected to the internet to start the server. Apart from that, you don't need to be connected to the internet. There's one little tick. As soon as you hit the start server button, it wants to send, basically report your game to the Steam servers. But apart from that, you don't need to be online at all to be able to play. And yes, I'm on pretty terrible internet. I'm actually using 3G with a massive, great big antenna to be able to stream, but I've only got a limited data on that each month. Normally I'm on wired ADSL, but its upload speed is not quick enough to stream on, and it's barely even quick enough to be able to upload videos on. One of those videos that goes for half an hour-ish takes me 6 or 7 hours to upload on the DSL. I had a friend give me a big antenna that I can connect to the mobile phone, and I can use the mobile phone as a hotspot, and that gets me a bit better upload speed. I'm not quite sure how good the stream's actually coming through for everybody else. Like, I can only get it to 720p, and it's probably dropping frames everywhere. One day we might get real internet out here in the outback. It's highly unlikely though, because there's just not enough population here to justify it. They'd never make their money back for putting in the hardware. The only reason we even got DSL connected out here was because some other place got better internet and we got their hand-me-downs. Ooh, did I go too far? I think I have gone too far. Oh, it might still load. Oh, okay, I didn't actually know that it didn't work on a Mac. Oh yeah, Vancouver Island. You should have a decent cell phone signal there though. I'd have to have a decent coverage for cell phone. Which if you can connect on either a 4G or a 5G, you can get quite decent speeds out of that. I've never actually owned a Mac, and I used to refuse them when they'd bring them. People would bring Macs to my computer shop that I used to run, and I'd say, "I'm sorry, I only fix computers, not fruit." I'm trying to see through the gap in the trees there. Looks like the fire's gone out too. Pull it up there. Put a bit more wood on the fire. So we're all steamed up for when we're ready to leave. These ones might miss. We might all load on 12 looking at that. Right, gonna let us have it. Well, it's designed to be a online only game because you know it's actually in the title of the game. But yeah, you can get away with playing it offline as long as you're online to basically to start your game off. Then you can disconnect. Which is kind of silly, and we've been trying to get Koimi to take that or to add a line of code in there so that if the server's set to be one player, it doesn't report the server to the Steam servers. That way it doesn't need that one little check, and you can actually play the game in offline mode then. Because there's no online play if there's only one player allowed on the server. Oh. I actually have no way to turn around here at the log camp. It's only a dead end track down on the end there with a stopper, pile of dirt. And the turnaround for the log camp is actually back at the sawmill to use the big Y that's there. Which is fine because if you're back nicely down the hill, it lines you straight back in to where you come through on the pond. Yeah, I've had no trouble video editing on the PC. No, my PC's not a glorified typewriter or a potato. It's actually something that's pretty decent. Not by modern standards, it's about 3 or so year old now. But it still plays this all right. Like I'm only using about a third of the performance of the video card. And for streaming and playing at the same time, I'm using about 60% of the processor. But yes, not being able to upgrade or having, when you need repairs, to have to get the exact specific model part you need to fix it, that's what's always turned me off of using Apple products. That everything in it's completely proprietary. Yeah, riding the motorcycle's quite good around Australia. I ride a motorcycle. I've got a an old classic Kawasaki Cruiser and late model ZX6R. I get stuck into a bit of riding, and yeah, the riding's pretty good around Australia as long as you're going quick enough to not have any of the big semi-trailers up you following you down the highway. You've got to be able to go quicker than the semis. A high box car, the Husky. Oh, back when I was in uni, they had Macs, and like it would have been the first Mac that ever came out, because they just upgraded the computer rooms from Apple IIe's to Macs. But nobody ever wanted to use them. People only ever wanted to use the IBMs. Now, which model 650 Honda you got? Oh, rightio, an older one. Yeah, those old classic 80s bikes are very enjoyable to ride. That's heavy. We might have a little bit more brakes. Stop, 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 stop. And we'll have this one as well. The mid-70s bikes were a little bit hairy. Their brakes were not so good. Whereas by the 80s, brakes had gotten reasonably good on bikes. Let's move the keys because I defaulted them. And look at that, I pulled up one rail car too far in. And yeah, that's the thing, if you want to ride those old vintage bikes, you have to go at vintage speeds. You don't want to be roaring down the highways on them, and you don't want to be weaving in and out of semi-trailers with them either. They just don't go quick enough for that. Yeah, my Kawasaki Cruiser, it's a LTD, 80s LTD, and it's a real nice old bike to ride, nice and comfortable. Good brakes, decent amount of pickup. Doesn't have a very big range on it though, because the fuel tank on it's not very big. By Australian standards anyway. It's like to go anywhere here, it's you need to have quite a bit of range. It's like 200 kilometres. That's a trip to the supermarket. Just a little bit too quick. Oh, turned it off, not on. Yeah, they're getting up something like that here too. Fuel prices, well and truly too expensive. Makes me kind of glad that I run a bike and I can get 40 to 50 mile of the gallon out of it. Right up, how many we get? 52 in there, but it's still processing them out the other side. Still a cab. You know how long it would take me to get to Perth? It's like 3 or 4 day drive. Let them process through. We don't even have a cab out here to be able to call the cabs. No buses, no cabs. If you want to get somewhere, you either have a push bike or a car or you walk. Runs on wood. Yeah, I'm out at the black stump. That's the other side of the black stump. They're trying to completely get us off of oil-based fuels, but then they don't really want us having electric either. They don't want us to have anything. Is the truth of it. I'll actually bring the map up for you because I put it here into the recording software. There it is. That's where everything goes. Like they're trying to push us towards electric, but yeah, they don't really want us to have electric either. Because that just, essentially it moves that you're making the power at the vehicle and you're just pushing it to the power stations. Because there's no way solar's ever going to cover. Solar and wind will cover the electricity needs. They can't even cover the current electricity needs. And if we want to add everybody charging their cars to that, it's the grid's certainly not going to handle it. Now they're trying to push laws now. You can't even run off grid. Like, half of my electricity system runs off grid, and they're trying to push laws through now that you can't even run off grid. You're not allowed to even make your own electricity. No, nuclear is not the way to go either. Getting rid of the waste from nuclear is a real big problem. But there's a happy medium between, you know, using fuels like wood and everything. You can make what comes off of it as emissions to be safe for the environment. You've only got to take the sulfurs out of them. The carbon's everybody using carbon's an absolute fallacy. That's just straight up lies. Where carbon, like the whole Earth is a carbon-based life. And it's sulfur that kills things. And we want to go back this way. Run on ahead and set the switch. Well, you can't even elect them out because they're not elected, they're selected. If voting actually did anything, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. So they're going to do what they're going to do until basically they've screwed it all up and the people take the power back. And that's the only time it's ever going to end. Yeah, the carbon tax, that's just a rip-off, a complete rip-off of the peasants, is the best way to call us. The plebs. They've thrown the real science out the window, and they're pushing pseudosciences and half-truths to try and fool the people who are not smart enough to know the difference. And well, they're ramping it up too. They know they're out of time and they're ramping it up. So things are only going to get worse as we go forward. And well, that's one of the reasons why I live in the outback of Australia. We don't get much policing and whatnot going on out here. And that map off from the screen. We don't get much of the officialdom and the government's interacting with what goes on out here. There's not enough people for them to worry about. We've got like one policeman and he does like 200 square kilometres worth of area. And, you know, he's just an old guy that's close on retirement anyway. Yeah, you're right, Nighthawk. It has. Everything's gone down the drain, and we're not completely down the drain yet. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Oh, what, you think the first Great Depression was happened by chance? That was 100% orchestrated to get gold out of the hands of the people. Well, you've only got to look at what's currently happening in Sri Lanka. And well, it's all been blocked on the news of what's happening in Sri Lanka at the moment. But they've stood up against their government and against all the bureaucracy, and they're literally starving them out. No, I don't think I've ever read that, Heinlein. I'll have to I'll have a look up and see what it is. Yeah, the first Great Depression was all about getting the entire world onto fiat currency and to get the US dollar as the world market currency. That was what it was all about. And to get gold out of the hands of the people and for people to stop using gold and silver as currency. We need to slow down here because we need to change some switches around. Oh, hang on, no, they should all be right because we come from that direction. The crazy thing is, they actually straight up tell us what they're going to do before they even do it. It's just half the people just don't listen. Well, even more than half the people. 90% of the people don't even bother to listen to what they're saying they're going to do. Slow down here though, I know this one's wrong. So we want to go into the load outside. This one needs to change. Yes, it's just some people out there just want to watch the world burn. And there's not much that the little people can do about it. Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to, Husky. You just got to survive. You've got to get yourself out of their target hairs. Find a way to survive through it. That up a bit short. It's wider than what I was expecting. Pull for another couple feet. So I probably need to come forward even a few more feet. Don't accidentally put it on the wrong one. I found you've got to be careful of this pipe that's on the top of this platform here. You don't walk on it because you can get stuck in it. .242, yeah, well I won't be using a 242. I'll be sticking to my mogul, thanks. And I might use a 460 when we get them, or an 060. I hope these flowers go away quickly though. Let's have a summer map. They're completely overdone, these flowers. Ah, went too far. The models are too large, they're too tall. And there's too many of them. Not only that, they're the wrong kind of flowers for what would be in this area. Oh, I'm not even worried about how much tractive effort they've got. Like, for how many rail cars you can realistically run and manage on a single player, the Cook Mogul pulls as much as you need it to pull. It'll easily pull 16 around everywhere. And like even 12 gets painful to load. Yeah, sadly, one thing about an NDA is you can't enforce an NDA on volunteers. It just doesn't work. It's not a legal agreement unless it is under paid employment. And that does not include contractors. So any NDA that you think you've got is not valid. Go see a lawyer. Oh, half an hour and the rest. It takes half an hour just to, say, load up these 12. Oh. Steam disappeared. We obviously have got no fire left. Right, well, working on commission and working as a contractor, you are not bound by any NDA under law. And then things get really tricky when you are employing people that are not in the same country as you. So your NDA is not an NDA, it's nothing more than a gentleman's agreement that you won't talk about what's coming. There's nothing legally binding to it. And well, just because you think you've got an NDA, it's not under an NDA. There's no legal precedent for it to be an NDA. And for that very reason that it's not an NDA, what's going on in the dev channels is still being leaked out to certain people. You may not be doing it, but other people are. And that's right, because you're in a different country to Creamy, he can't enforce any kind of NDA on somebody in another country, because that's all internal within the one country. And they don't cross borders. That's one of the main reasons why the NDA is not binding. There is no NDA, so there's nothing to go on. Because you can't have an NDA across country lines to start off with, and then you can't have you can't employ somebody into your company from another country, because that comes under tax evasion laws. So there is no NDA. You've got nothing more than a gentleman's agreement. And well, if Creamy doesn't want to know, want the general public to know what's going on in the game behind the closed doors, he needs to only just tell the one person that needs to know about it. And well, I know what's coming on the partial roadmap that's been made already. And well, I'm not saying who told me, but I've been shown, and I can tell you that I'm not happy with the direction the game's heading in. And when those updates finally do flow into the game, that'll be the end that I play it and the end that I promote the game. Because it's not the game that it said it was going to be when I bought it last October. And I hope that many of the other groups that have decided to take up the American narrow gauge build the game the right way that it's meant to, that it should be built. Because there's a couple of groups now that are currently building the exact same game, but doing it the right way. And they'll more than I'm not saying what's coming. What I will say is that it's not what was printed on the tin when you bought the game, and it definitely does not match the description that was given to the game that's on Steam. So either that needs to be updated, or a lot of people are going to be screaming to get their money back because what it says on Steam doesn't match what the game is when you buy it. So it needs to get updated on Steam as to what the game actually is. And I can nearly guarantee that the people who are putting together the clone games will have them out before the Spline update's even finished. I don't know, unless it's the people who are actually saying it that are lying, but, you know, screenshots don't lie. It's not hearsay, it's screenshots. And there's nothing that can be done about it because, like I said, the NDA is not legally binding. It's a gentleman's agreement. Ooh, that's heavy. And well, currently what's in the beta does not match what is written in the description of what the game is on Steam. Because an actor that follows a spline is not a physics-based simulation. Which, you know, that's the first line of the description that's on Steam, is that it's a physics-based simulation, and well, once it's an actor following a spline, it's no longer that. And that's the one thing that sets this train game apart from every other train game, is that it's a physics simulation of wheels on rails. Unless it's Kuimi that's making that public announcement, I will take it with a grain of salt. Because he's had other people make announcements for him and then he's changed his mind. He's done that in the past and he's done it more than once. And no, I'm not angry about it. I've well and truly gotten my money's worth out of the game. I've played nearly 1,600 hours on this game, so I've gotten my money's worth. Hey, come back here, train. This thing's heavy. Yeah, those pipes are heavy. No, I won't be listening to anything that Nick says. I'll take it with a grain of salt. Unless it is Kuimi himself who is making the announcements. This is going to be bad. There we go. Reading comments and not watching the train. That's what happens. It was going to be a perfect day and no putting it in the dirt either. And we yes indeed it. Oh no, he approved of them, Nighthawk. I was there, I seen it happen. I used to be in all the dev channels and I seen it happen. All of what was said that Heiss had said on his Q&As, that was all directly from Creamy, and then it got changed. And it made Heiss out to look like he was the bad guy. Well, that's exactly the same thing as what Heist did. He only said what he was told to say from Koimi, and then things changed. And it's the main reason why I stepped down. And well, I stepped down very quietly, and nobody even knew that I stepped down and stood out of all the channels. Yeah, that's exactly right. I hope the Buick wins. Oh, well, in this case, I hope it's a case of the player wins and the player actually gets what they think they've paid their money for. I'm a little bit biased. I want the Mitsubishi to win. You know, I was a Mitsubishi mechanic for quite a few years. Let's make some oil. I really need to have a little shunt loco down here. That's right, I'm getting my money's worth out of the game. Even now I'm getting my money's worth out of the game. But when it changes beyond the scope of what I thought I was going to buy, then I'll just stop playing it and I'll stop promoting it on YouTube as well. Oh yeah, 3000 GT was or the GDO was had many names. 3000 GT, GDO, GSR, and all the different model iterations of it. But yeah, the all-wheel drive twin turbocharged version of it was absolutely an awesome car. Not only that, they had a great engine in them things. I currently have 5 Mitsubishis. A Triton, a Pajero, and 3 Lancers. And none of them have ever given me any sort of trouble. And that's it. Let's back it up and put it in the siding. Well, there was a mail car made, but I don't know whether or not it'll actually get used. No, depends on which GDO you're talking about. The old GDOs were Pontiacs. The modern GDOs are Australian Holden Monaros with a new badge on them and sent to the US. The Mitsubishi Triton is a 4x4, well, you'd call it a truck, but we call it a ute. Yeah, I'm not sure what name they gave them in the US, the Mitsubishi Triton. And I'm pretty sure Pajero's either called a Shogun or a Montero in the US. Because, yeah, Pajero doesn't translate into Spanish very well. You know, the late model Pontiac GTOs are not really Pontiacs, they're Australian Holdens. Yeah, I've got two Celicas. I've got a 93 Celica and a 2000 Celica. And like most Toyotas, they have electrical gremlins like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's UK, the Pajero got called a Shogun. And the US and Spanish market, it's called the Montero. We went gone up the wrong lane here. I'd probably say I prefer to drive the 93 over the 2000. And I've got the 2ZZ engine, the 1.8 litre in the 2000 Model 1. But like it's a peppy little engine with the VVTi. But you can't beat that 2 litre turbocharged one that's in the 93 model. Now, the old Mitsubishi Tritons it's a good vehicle. It's basically the same vehicle as the Pajero. It's the same engine, same gearbox, same diffs, with pretty much the same chassis underneath it. But it's a crew cab body with a tray back. And I've got the 3 litre V6 petrol one. Gasoline, not diesel. Now we're in the right siding. Yeah, well, I'm wondering why they didn't do that, why they didn't send the Commodore Ute over to the US or even the Falcon Ute from Ford over to the US and put a Ranchero badge on it or a El Camino badge on them. That was a missed opportunity by both car companies. As far as I know, you can't import them to the US. It's that 25-year rule thing. But like we've got utes like that go back all the way to the 60s that are Australian only models. And they're all better than the Ranchero or the El Caminos. Much better styling on them. And usually with better engines and better weight capacities that you can haul in them as well. Nearly all of them can take a metric ton. Okay, why did I stop? Oh, because I'm... Obviously, we've got the switch going the right way. I know there's been a couple of people in the US that have done modifications to either their SS or their GDO and turned them into Holden Utes. I used to have one of those two-door Falcons like what Mad Max drove. And I can tell you they don't drive very good. They've got some really nasty snap oversteer. Yeah, I had a 71 XA GT coupe. I had the XA GT, not the XB. And I had something called the RP083 model, which is the Phase 4 version, but without the Phase 4 name tag on it. Okay, because we don't have a shunt engine down here, we're going to do some shunting with the front of the mogul. Mad Max was mostly filmed in South Australia and Western New South Wales. That's Mad Max 1, Mad Max 2 and Mad Max 3. And I've got no idea where Fury Road was done at. A lot of the shots in Mad Max and Mad Max 1 and Mad Max 2 are all around Broken Hill. But then the shots where there's grass areas and whatnot, they were filmed in the riverlands of South Australia. cool, another Aussie in the chat. I'm in Western Queensland. Beyblade? Well, if you want a good Falcon, the Falcons started getting really good with their handling in 1982 with the XE Falcon. Because they went from a leaf spring rear end to a 5-link live axle. And that made them handle a whole lot better. Yeah, old Triumphs had their problems. Mostly it was Lucas Electrics. You had to tear all the Lucas out of them and refit them with Bosch. Push. Bottom Lucas Electric, yeah. But that's the first thing you do on any old English car is you tear out the Lucas Electrics and put in some Bosch Electrics. Oh, no, bits falling off you can deal with because a little bit of Loctite fixes that. But yes, when your electrics all go up in smoke, there's not much you can do about that. Oh, wow, wasn't I a mile off? none of them registered. That was a waste. Those ones did. Is it gonna roll? That's gonna stop. The routes between places are pretty easy to do. It's getting yard. Oh, pardon me. Getting the yard set up, like here, because of your limited numbers of what you can do, you need a setup where you can shunt in and out with your different consists. And it's getting working yards set up that seems to be the thing that makes the biggest difference with the way you play the game. And now I can pull these ones back and put them in the siding again and then run pipes through. From what I've found so far, the 90-degree crossover is only stopping the two new models, which is the Heisler and the Class 70. I've had no issues with it with this one or any of the other old locomotives that I've tried and run through it. I didn't do it on this map, I used a test map for it. And then I've only had them collide with that little invisible hitbox when they actually have rail cars connected to them. They haven't collided for me when they're not connected to anything, which makes me think that it's something related to the links on those particular locomotives. Yeah, the learning curve for this game is pretty high because you start off with a blank map, and the first thing you've got to do is try and work out how the track system works, which makes the learning curve kind of high before you can even run a train. I've run out of steam. I have completely run out of steam. Even the brakes pressure's dropping. When you hit it, did you have rail cars connected to the back of your Class 70? Well, the only fix for it for the moment might be to put them on a little siding or re-rail them off to a temporary piece of track beside your main tracks, and gift yourself some money with the Railroads Online save editor, Rose, and run a Cook Mogul or a Climax or something until the bug gets fixed. I haven't really enjoyed many of the train games up until this one. And it's mostly because it's physics based. When you stuff up, it really stuffs up. And the fact that you can actually lay down your own tracks, and that was the big calling card for me, was that I could build my own tracks. And I've spent pretty much at least 1,400 of the 1,600 hours that I've been playing the game was all just been building tracks, whether it's building it for me or building it for other people or fixing up Heiss's mess. There we go. Now we can push them in there. Oh, cool. Thanks, Darian. Oh, fell out. Okay, well, thanks for watching, guys. I'm going to jump off now. I've run trains for near on 4 hours, and I'll catch us all in the next stream.